Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. Happy New Year. And we always like to do kind of a beginning of the year kind of class just to prep for the new year coming and set our intentions and kind of shedding the last year and letting go and moving forward. And so here we're going to do it with the work with the angels. And remember, like an angel is like a portal of energy that's an energy with consciousness. It's not necessarily a being that's walking around with, big wings and whatever. That's more of a like a symbol or a metaphor, but it's a way to access a very specific kind of energy with consciousness. And the reason why to work with angels is for one, they're very good at working as like a intermediary between the human realm and the divine. And when we're trying to like heal or spiritually grow and evolve, excuse me, when we're working through something that might be psychological or difficulties that are with people, situations, relationships, whatever that might be, a lot of times we're dealing with our conditioning. We're dealing with the things that have happened to us in the past. And for us to embrace like our higher nature is really another way of saying healing. The intellect, the lower nature does everything through repetition. So there's this repetitive component where these things keep happening over and over again and we want to break out of them. We want to do something new. We want to do something different, which is usually what happens at the beginning of the year. I would like this to happen in my life. I'm setting my intention for these things to be a thing of focus for the year, whatever it might be. I'm going to make a resolution to, you know, fill in the blank. And so we're looking for something different. We're looking to step out of that repetition. It's not that the repetition is bad. It's that too much of it just means we keep doing the same thing over and over again. We are stagnant. We're not growing. We're not evolving. Really, we're wanting both. We want the light, which is healing and spontaneity, and we do want the repetition, which is maintenance and stability in the life. So, with that, the angels are a good way to bring in that light of intuition, that light of healing. Because if you look at the healing process in the body, it's tied to the rest and repair mode or the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, which is um, doing something different, processing something, moving something, shifting something, having a new action or function in the body rather than the repetition. And so angels are a great way to facilitate this. And the thing with angels is they don't really force a shift or a change. They kind of hold a space so that light can organize itself and then cause a shift more through an act of alignment rather than I'm pushing and I'm going to make all these things change. So basically, we align when we're ready for it, like when we kind of get acclimated to it. And so it makes it very soft, very gentle. Keep in mind that angelic energy is also an energy with consciousness. Higher energies, energies of light, there's a consciousness to them. The repetition, there really isn't a consciousness to it. It's just a repetitive pattern. And so that energy with consciousness can come in and do things that are even beyond what we perceive or beyond what we think should happen. Because it's a way of communicating with something much greater than ourselves, something that is divine. So with that, let's start with segment one. And basically, any angel or archangel blend that you want to work with, with whatever angel or archangel blend that you might have, let's go ahead and pull that out. Just take a moment. Okay. So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to visualize the ball of light, right? Now, the ball of light is you're visualizing the higher aspect or the higher manifestation within the aura, right? The aura is an energetic mold or blueprint that eventually physicalizes into the body. We have auric programs that run within our energy body that have a manifesting effect into the body. And these programs, um, that they're of the lower nature. A lot of our aura is more of the lower than the higher. And as we spiritually grow and evolve, that begins to shift and change. And so here we're trying to facilitate that shift where the aura begins to refine itself, it begins to evolve, it becomes something much greater than just the byproduct of our lower nature and our conditioning. So you're gonna first, let's do this without even the blend. Let's just close our eyes and let's begin visualizing the ball of light. Now, if you have a hard time visualizing, still do this practice because part of what this does is it helps to mm, like align or help the intellect and the intuition to interact with each other, right? Most times we're driven much more by our intellect than our intuition, right? So we want to be able to balance this out a little bit. So your eyes are closed. Begin visualizing yourself in a ball of light. The ball is surrounding you, in front of you and behind you, the left side, the right side, above you, and below you. You're completely surrounded by the ball of light. You're still visualizing yourself in a ball of light. As you visualize yourself in a ball of light, this starts to have a regulating effect on the nervous system. And then just pause and let it go. When we do this process, the letting go and just being still is just as important as the process itself. So just be still. Again, we're going to do it without the oils. Visualize yourself in a ball of light. You're completely surrounded by a ball of light. You're still visualizing the ball of light. And then just pause and let go. You're just being still. Now we're going to do it again, but this time we're going to inhale an angel blend or an archangel blend as we visualize. So, first, begin to visualize the ball of light. You're completely surrounded by the ball of light. You're still visualizing the ball of light and begin inhaling the oil. Inhale the oil as you visualize or meditate on the ball of light. You're still visualizing the ball of light and inhaling the oil. And then just pause and let it all go. Let go of the inhalation, Let go of the visualization. And just being still. You know, if you think about like why use angels at the beginning of the new year, and again, we're talking about being able to do something different, bring in a different kind of energy for the new year. And whenever we start to go through the beginning of the year, it's a time of reflection and you set some intentions and you are shooting for things to be maybe a little bit different or something you're trying to bring into your life. But we do it based from a place of intellect, which is a conditioned response. Intellect is always about the past. It's about the things that we've learned through either our past experiences or an indirect experience, like something that somebody said or something that we read or something that we studied or something along that lines. And we're trying to have these new, fresh experiences. We're trying to open up to something new or different. And it might be that you're just trying to improve some area of your life, or you're trying to deal with some sort of difficulty. And the ability to overcome obstacles is really tied not through doing repetition or doing the things that we already know. It's about being able to embrace like a new approach or a new dynamic activity. Basically, you're embracing light or aligning with the light. You're attuning yourself to the light. And the light aspect is associated with the soul, right? And so, on a certain level, it's a deeper manifestation of the soul, and the soul begins to guide us through these different situations. And when you think of intuition, you're doing something that's beyond the senses. Your senses are all tied to the intellectual mind, and the ability to go past the senses or to have some sort of guidance that's not validated through your sensory perceptions, right, is intuition. And if we're wanting some sort of internal guidance in these times that might be difficult or you're trying to do something new, the more that you work the ball of light and the more that you attune yourself to the light through working with angels, the better problem solver you're going to be, the better overcomer of obstacles you'll become, and in a way, a better manifester, right? If you're trying to manifest something new or different, then light is the way that's going to bring in something new, right? Repetition is about maintaining something and holding on to something in the past, which is necessary sometimes, but not always, right? So, this idea of, for one, meditating on the ball of light, which refines our nervous system and stimulates the aspect of our nervous system associated with healing. You're basically engaging a restorative intelligence and a healing intelligence within the body when you visualize the ball of light. And then we enhance it with working with the angels, which is like an even deeper version of that, right? So the more that we practice this and the more that we utilize this, and in times of difficulty, the more that we lean on this, the more that we can be a very good problem solver and manifester. Okay, so we're going to do it one more time. You're going to visualize yourself in a ball of light. You're completely surrounded by a ball of light. Begin inhaling the oil as you visualize on the ball of light. You're still visualizing the ball of light. You're inhaling the angel or archangel blend. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Now, we're going to enhance the ball of light by working the four quadrants of the aura. Right? So we're going to work the four quadrants of the aura. I'm going to guide you through it, and we're going to use the angel or archangel blend as we go through and do this. So your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs and left hip, down the outer part of your left leg to the left outer ankle. You're just anchoring your awareness, your attention on the whole left side of the body. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil, with your awareness on the left side of your body. Your awareness is still on the left side of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the front side of the body. Your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs, all the way down to the tops of your feet. Just the whole front side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front side of your body. Now let's move our awareness to the right side of the body. So the right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle, the whole right side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now move your awareness to the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, the whole back, the hips, down the backs of the legs, all the way down to your heels. Awareness is on the whole back side of your body, top to bottom. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oils. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now, again, let's visualize the ball of light. You're visualizing yourself surrounded by pure white light. You're still visualizing the ball of light. You're inhaling the oil. And just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. You're just letting go. You're being still. Okay. Notice how that feels. Feels kind of nice, feels kind of peaceful, kind of soothing. Now, we are at the beginning of the year. We a lot of times have a resolution or we're setting our intention for something we'd like to bring into our lives. And remember what I was saying about the aura, the ball of light. It is the energetic mold or blueprint that eventually physicalizes into the body. It physicalizes into the nervous system and then starts to emanate into the body tissues and the other systems, the other organs, things of this nature. As it manifests into the nervous system, it affects our emotions, it eventually affects our mind, affects how we think, right? And so, if we know that this is the energetic mold or blueprint that eventually physicalizes, then we can use this in setting our goals, setting our intentions, addressing our resolutions. And remember, the the auric program is the drives of the lower nature. When we start visualizing a ball of light, we're doing our upper faculties. We're bringing in the energy of our upper faculties. We're bringing in the energy of the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, which is rest and repair, basically our healing intelligence or the gateway to healing intelligence within the body. It's the intuitive mind, and it's how the soul communicates with the lower vehicles being the body, the emotions, and the mind. So if we utilize all these pieces of information and we think about our goal or we think about our resolution or how we're setting our intention for the year, like I would like these things to happen, right? So what happens is then through the year you keep trying to put effort into making these things happen. When I was younger, I thought this whole idea of setting your intention for the new year was like, that's just a weird thing to do. Why do people do that? And as I got older, it's like, if I don't set my intention at the beginning of the year, it kind of doesn't happen. Like, you just get distracted. You don't put your attention and your mind on something, and then the year flies by, and then it's like, whoa, another year I didn't address the thing that I've been trying to do all these years. I've been trying to set this goal for 4 years now and nothing's happened, right? So, that idea of setting your intention at the beginning of the year, it is kind of a thing, some sort of resolution. Or if you're going, okay, I have this difficulty in my life, I want to resolve it, or I want to get better at dealing with it or overcoming the difficulty or the obstacle or whatever it might be. So we want to use this idea of working with the ball of light, but also with the angelic energy, because this is also energy with consciousness. Like it's one thing to think outside of the box. It's one thing to be guided outside of the box, guided in these situations. So what we're trying to do is I want to bring guidance either from the soul or even from the divine in the face of these difficulties so that I just don't keep doing the same thing over and 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 over again, right? So we're going to go through and we're going to repeat this process. But first, we're going to look at a situation, a goal, an intention, a resolution, and then we're going to go through and utilize the same process. So it's one thing to do the process, but now we can guide it into these different areas so that we are deepening the effect of trying to, bring in this resolution or set our intention or overcome this obstacle, improve some area of our life, or to let something go. So, what I'd like you to do is close your eyes. You're not inhaling anything, you're just going to reflect. If you've already set a goal or a resolution, an intention, reflect on that. If you haven't, then think about something you'd like to bring into your life, some sort of resolution or some area you'd like to improve. And whatever it is, sit and observe it for a little bit. You're just looking at all the different aspects, all the little nuanced pieces. You're not trying to resolve anything. You're not trying to come up with a strategy. You're just observing all the aspects of this goal or resolution. Hmm. Okay, now let that go for a moment. And we're going to do a thing where we feel it in our body. And part of what we're doing here is we're connecting the body and the mind, and we're improving our ability to listen to the body so that as we go through and problem solve these situations, there's a greater mind body connection, right? A lot of times when we're having difficulty, there's a separation between body and mind. Right? Then we start generating a lot of emotions. The emotions run amok, and whatever we feel intensely or we think repeatedly tends to manifest. And so if we're in a situation and we get frustrated or we get upset or we get angry or we're hurt or sad, that is eventually what's going to manifest, right? And so we want to We want to keep the communication between the body and the mind connected, right? If we're going through difficulties, the body starts to generate emotion tied to fight flight, right? To if you're angry, you're going to fight better. If you're afraid, you're going to run faster. If you're overwhelmed, you're going to freeze better, right? And then if you feel abandoned, you're going to fawn better. You're going to adjust behaviors to fit into some sort of situation. So in these situations, your body starts to generate emotion to get the attention of the mind, right? And so if the mind's not listening, the body starts going, that means I have to yell or I have to scream or I have to be really repetitive in trying to get the attention of the mind. It's just like if two people were in an argument, the more that each person doesn't really listen, the louder that each person gets and the more that it gets intense and it escalates, right? Same thing can happen between your body and your mind, right? So the more that we actively listen to the body, the more that the body doesn't generate all those emotions that then cause chaos in the environment or in the situation that we're trying to bring forth, right? So this is actually a very important step of aligning the mind and the body, right? It calms down the emotion and it allows you to direct what your efforts are to bring things into manifestation, into materialization, right? So be aware of your body and feel it in your body. You're basically looking for an area where there might be a little agitation or an irritation or like some body tension or all of a sudden it's like I feel this weird little achy thing somewhere that I wasn't aware of. Or maybe an existing injury like a shoulder or something. All of a sudden it's a little bit more agitated than it was before, right? So wherever it is, you're going to put your attention there and you're just going to observe it. You're not trying to relax it. You're not trying to resolve it. You're not trying to do anything. You're just putting your attention on that area of your body and you're listening. And then just let it go. Now, again, that same goal or resolution, that intention, you're observing it. You're just observing it. And you're just letting it go. Just let it go. Let it incubate. Let it go. You're observing it in your body. Where do you feel it in your body? And just let it go. Let everything go. And just letting go. Now, with the angel or archangel blend, whichever one you're going to use, again, you're visualizing yourself in a ball of light. And as you visualize yourself in a ball of light, go ahead and begin inhaling the oil. You're visualizing the ball of light. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Now you're just letting it go. Let it go for a moment. Let it incubate. Now, four quadrants. Left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, ribs, left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. You're inhaling with the angel or archangel blend. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front side of the body, down the whole front side, your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body, the whole right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. Whole right side of your body. And then just pause and be still. I love it. Now let's do the back side, the back of the head and neck, the whole back, the back of the hips and legs, all the way down to the heels, the whole back side. And then pause and let it go. Just let it go. Visualize yourself in a ball of light. You're completely surrounded by a ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil as you visualize yourself in a ball of light. Just be still, be aware you're letting go of everything, you're just being still. Just let go. You're just letting it incubate. You're just being still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. Reflect on your goal, your intention, your resolution. Okay, let's share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. Go ahead and fire away.
Yeah, go ahead, Ollie.
Hey, hey, Ollie.
Hello, Greg.
How are you?
Oh, really good, thank you. And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Oh, I would like to share this experience because it
Sure.
is it was really mind-blowing for me. And it was like do you ever seen something about Alex Gray? Is an artist, a
Oh,
painter.
yes. Yes, yes, yes. I know exactly who you're talking about. Yes.
Okay, I had visuals like his painting.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
a little bit psychedelic,
Right,
something like
right.
because I was reflecting on the area to improve or the goal, basically how to resonate better with the concept of abundance and prosperity, and at a certain point, what it's arise in my consciousness was that it's not much about the goal itself. It was for me much about how I can manage or overcome. I didn't notice before the underlying fear of not being enough or not to be able to not to be enough. I think it's the right word um, to achieve this goal or to achieve this.
Right.
And after this, I was in the ball of light. It sounds really strange also to say, but I was in the ball of light, and okay, a giant eagle, an eagle with giant claws came in. It was like it, the eagle breaks the ball of light, takes me away, and put me in another place that it was another ball of light, but it was really different. It was like it had a central pillar of light with this storm of color, red, orange, and gold, and then was full of this butterfly and bee in the Alex Gray version.
Hmm.
So this
Hmm.
is my visual. So can you help me to understand what's happening?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, um, boy, that's quite the vision. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
Uh, a lot of uh, a lot of what we're doing when we're working with the angels is we're fine tuning our nervous system to the soul, where really our nervous system is fine tuned to like the earth, like it's tied to the lower nature, it's tied to survival. A lot of the things that we do, especially with action and activity, is it's not out of fight flight, but it's the same part of the nervous system associated with fight flight. And so when we have this dysregulation in the nervous system, it's survival oriented, right? If you think about like, okay, I got to do this, but I can't fail, or what happens if something bad happens, or, you start going through the checklist of all the negative things. And fight flight is tied to survival. And when you look at the idea of rest and repair and healing, it's not only is it not tied to like those survival mechanisms, it really only happens or it deepens when we let go of those survival mechanisms. So if you look at a lot of different spiritual practices, that there are these two things. There's this kind of paradox where there's life and then there's progress, right? There's life and there's progress. And this is tied to the creative process. And the life aspect is tied to this part of the nervous system where you have your goals, you have the things you're trying to do. You're trying to survive, you're trying to protect yourself, you're trying to not get injured, you're trying to, do all the things that we do. And this is where a lot of our attention and awareness goes. Like we go to these survival mechanisms, trying to thrive in the external world. But progress is, the progression in any given situation. It's also the development and refinement of our nervous system, of our emotions, of our mind. And progress is also the development of the soul. And if you look at a lot of different spiritual practices, there's different levels within the spiritual practice, right? But if you just kind of step away and you start looking at all the different things, like in Latin America, there's the thing with like the crystal skull, or there, sometimes you see skulls that are very decorated, and in like Hindu and Buddhist traditions, they'll have like a Buddha or a Dharma protector, but there'll be like skulls around it, or there'll be like a skeleton or something. And then if you look at like in the indigenous practice, like the Native Americans, um, they do the sweat lodge, and they say, you go into the sweat lodge and you go in there to die and to be reborn. Like Christians talk about like being born again or rebirth, right? And the the idea with the Native Americans, like when I traveled with the medicine man, they would have this thing that they would say, and um, in a way, it's like you go in there to die, you let go of a piece of yourself, right? But if you boil it down, it's not like death, how we think about like death for our physical body. It's like death, it's not really the best translation for that. The thing that I would say is it's letting go of life. And it doesn't mean like, oh, I let go of my life and I let it all go away, but it's letting go just for a moment of that survival drive, that survival mechanism, so that you can have an experience of the soul. You can have an experience of the divine, because the divine isn't driven by trying to survive, right? The divine is something that we have flashes of because we've stepped away from that. normal everyday drive of survival, and we go, oh, I'm having this moment of something that's beyond that. Even the idea of going beyond the senses. Like if you think of the Ten Commandments, it's keeping the Sabbath day holy, right? Or keeping something sacred, right? And so those other 5 or 6 days of the week, you survive. But on one day, you step away from all the survival stuff and you go, today is a day about prayer and church or meditation or going to the temple or whatever it is. And in that moment, you have this other experience. You have this experience of the divine, of the soul, or of light. And really what you're doing is you're attuning your nervous system that's already attuned to survival. You're attuning it to the soul. You're attuning it to the divine. You're attuning it to something different. And if you really look at what a spiritual practice is, and you boil it down, that's really all it is it's just this constant refinement of the nervous system to light. Like you're attuning yourself to this like light. And uh, the more that we start to have that, the more that aspect then kind of comes in and begins to guide us in the survival aspects of our life. And it doesn't mean like we become, more driven by our lower, but it's like we keep everything kind of in a kind of perspective. We don't, yeah, this might be a situation where I need to be extra careful, but I don't have to be freaked out and fight flight to be careful. I can be aware and go, oh, I need to be careful here, right? We come out of a reactive phase and we become more like cognitive. We become more aware or more realized, and you still are going through and doing the same things that you would do for survival. You just don't do it out of like a panic or a reactive mode. And so as you do this, you're refining the nervous system. The nervous system is attuning itself to light, and there becomes this idea of nervous system of light. In Astara, she even refers to it as like there starts to be this like nerve fluid that gets generated, and it affects our body, it affects our emotions, it affects our mind. And in Buddhism, they call it something very different, but the idea is the same. They just don't call it nerve fluid.
Oh,
And when you when you start to have that, you start to have those experiences beyond the senses. You really like your dreams become very active. Like you are literally going places, not just like, oh, I'm in my mind and I'm having this dream. It's like you literally are going to another place and having these experiences in the inner world that are really just as real as your normal everyday life. It's just they're not physical and they're not being experienced by the sympathetic part of the nervous system. You're beginning to experience things in the parasympathetic state, which is processes. You're having this restorative intelligence, this healing intelligence, this regenerative or you have this regenerative quality that kind of comes in, and it's more about restoring the influence of the soul on the body rather than the body's influence on the soul.
oh,
And it's like you said, like things light up, your nervous system lights up, your awareness and your consciousness wakes up. And those experiences that you start having, um, you become more aware of them, and you begin to navigate in the inner worlds just like you would navigate in the outer one. there starts to be these two things that are happening, but really they're just two sides of the same coin. And a lot of times, the idea of an eagle coming down and like grabbing you with the claws is, I mean, you could translate that a bunch of different ways, but usually that is, you've gotten the attention of a teacher.
Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Like you're you're being scooped up to be part of uh, you've been scooped up to be part of something. Because the great teachers, they don't look at us and they don't go like, well, he did these amazing things in this one situation, and you know, they really read this book or they accumulated this piece of information. All they do is they look at us and they go, how much light is there? Like, how much light? And at some point, when there's enough light, they grab you and you pull you along. In certain shamanic traditions, they talk about there's a great eagle that is constantly watching us, and then when we become luminous enough, it grabs us and takes us away.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for the.
So very good for you.
Oh, thank you really much, Greg.
Yeah, very, very good for you.
Really deep explanation. I really understand what you mean in and what you say in when you say uh, to leave the things that will happen not in the fight flight mode.
Right.
It's a like because probably the opportunity or the things also in the past probably happened, but my reaction was fight flight and was
Oh yeah, all of us. We're like,
yeah,
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. At first we're just trying to calm ourselves down, which is a step. Like that is an important step. But the deeper and deeper you go into that rest and repair mode, it goes from, I'm feeling calm, I'm feeling relaxed, I'm feeling safe, I have a sense of well-being, but it just keeps escalating into these deeper awarenesses. It's almost like it's a stairway to go to, you could say experiencing heaven on earth or these inner experiences or however you want to say it.
Yeah.
But you're having these deeper experiences. That's through that part of the nervous system. Like that part of this nervous system has to be like attuned at some point. And then you're wired for it. It just starts to happen.
Okay.
That's why the whole idea of, um, I mean, if you think about it, the idea of manifestation and materialization is you're trying to fine tune the the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is fight flight. Like you're trying to fine tune that part of the nervous system to also work for you and not against you. Because when we're in fight flight, it's really just a reaction. And if that is our mode of operation, it's just kind of chaos all the time. We're just running away, or we're just fighting, or we're just, shutting down, or we're just, feeling abandoned, and then, fawning and just kind of fitting in. And so even the idea of manifestation is you're starting to take your emotions and go, okay, I'm going to ride this wild horse. I'm going to tame this horse. I'm going to tame these emotions so that I can manifest something in a way that doesn't cause me chaos. And I'm going to take the repetition of the mind, and instead of being like, I'm not good enough, I'm never going to do this, these bad things are going to happen, I'm going to use the repetitiveness of the mind, and I'm going to start directing it to the things that I want to bring in rather than all my fears, all my anxieties, all my past experiences, all my reliving of traumas. And instead of manifesting that and causing chaos all the time, I'm going to use the repetitiveness of the mind to then put in the information that I want so that I can manifest what I would like to do, right? Rather than just whatever happens in my mind, all my fears, anxieties manifesting all the time. And so even the act of manifestation is manifestation, materialization, abundance, all these aspects are refining the fight flight part of your nervous system to work for you rather than against you. And then when we go into the healing and uh, like the healing mode, the rest and repair mode, you're attuning that part of the nervous system to have these different experiences. You're attuning to the light. And it's like what we're talking about next weekend with the 76 aspects of Metatron is it's basically the activation of the body of light. Like it's activating these different aspects of light within the nervous system so that that light comes in and then manifests through the other part of the nervous system. It's like you almost like flip how things are happening. Like normally we would react, we'd stress out, we'd freak out, we'd be afraid, and then we'd shut down the rest and repair mode because we're so freaked out. So we kind of cut off from the soul or the divine. And here we're kind of coming in and we're bringing in the divine and refining ourselves and then going to the fight flight mechanisms and you're going nice baby, good baby, nice baby, like you keep soothing it down, and then you begin to manifest light in the external world.
Oh, oh yes. Okay. I am really looking forward for the
Yeah,
next class, and
yeah,
and thank you for the explanation and the teaching about the eagle. It's really touching.
yeah, yeah, that's very auspicious, very, very auspicious.
And last thing, so everything you tell me now, it's about the fight flight and the sympathetic nervous system reconditioning is I think I feel it's a process. It's not something that can came like or is something that suddenly came.
Are you talking about the refinement? No, it's a process.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's a
process.
process. Yeah.
And do you suggest me to do this work? Um, I would like to revisit. I use the Angel or Raphael, and
Oh yeah.
do you suggest me to still going on with the Raphael for this few days and then change or
Yeah, I mean, if you had that experience, I would work it until it feels like, okay,
okay,
I could move on. Like I'd like, nom, 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 nom. Like I'd keep
okay,
working it
okay,
for a while. Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
okay. So thank you
So,
really much.
so I have a question. When
Yeah.
when you saw the eagle claws, was it the whole eagle or was it just the feet?
Oh, it was. I perceived it was an eagle, but the feet were really big. It
Yeah,
was like the eagle was an eagle, but the feet was really big.
yeah, yeah.
I
So
don't
you
know.
saw more of the feet than the eagle itself?
Uh, I think I saw all the figure, but there was this unbalanced, was not balanced proportion to feet and the figure.
Yeah, yeah. That's a teacher.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all they teach. Like a lot of times when you see a teacher or somebody who's paying attention to you, like some higher being, a lot of times it's, if you think about it, it's a lot of times it's like the feet or the lower legs, or like
Okay.
whenever I see Michael, I see part of a lower leg and a foot and a sandal, and that's it. I don't see like the image with the sword. I just see this like big giant foot.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and it's got sandal on it, but like and if you think about like in different traditions where they would touch the feet of the teacher,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a stepping down of the energy. Like when you touch the foot of a teacher, that energy has been stepped down, so it's digestible to us.
Okay.
Yeah,
So thank you very much, guys.
you're so welcome. Good for you.
Thank you.
Should go out and celebrate tonight.
I will do another round with or Raphael. So.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hero.
Hey, Greg. Um, so I this one was kind of difficult for me because I
Hmm.
was stuck in the loop of, um, shall we call them unhelpful images and teachings
Sure,
from when I was a kid, namely
sure. Yeah, yeah,
be a
yeah.
be a worm in the dirt and don't strive for anything.
Right.
So if I used Sandalphon was my oil of
I
choice.
think that's a great one to use for that.
So
You know,
just
because if you think of Sandalphon, like the version of that in like if you want to look at Auric programming to enhance what you're doing as well, is
mhm,
Vajrayana, which is the
okay.
the bean in that, or the blend in that is Vajra Yogini.
Yeah.
And Vajra Yogini is kind of like the version of Sandalphon, like
Okay.
the Buddhist version of Sandalphon. And if you look at the idea of Sandalphon, Sandalphon is the archangel associated with the form, like with the body, with the intellectual mind, with the emotional patterns in the body. And it's the archangel that is associated with having our prayers heard and answered, or another way of saying it, like it makes our prayers more like genuine. And the reason that they're more genuine, it's not because we're not heartfelt, but it's literally like a stepping away of the conditioning. Like you're letting go of conditioning, you're letting go of past experiences, you're letting go of fight flight, you're letting go of all those survival mechanisms for a bit to be able to say that prayer. And in the Buddhist tradition, Vajrayogini, there's this whole practice in tantric practices, tantric Buddhism, which is like wisdom practices. And they say that, like, I have a whole little travel altar of like all these different things for Vajrayogini. And the thing that they say is before you are able to interact with inner any inner like being or deity, like say you want to connect to the Buddha, or you want to connect to Christ, or you want to connect to whoever you want to connect to, you have to do it through Vajrayogini, right? And the reason being that it helps you to shed the things that you're talking about. Like, so even like if you go through and you shed what you're thinking about now, you're like, oh, I feel so much better. But then in a month, when more divine energy or more soul contact comes in, then you're at this new place where there's more of that old conditioning because we're in a form. So we never really completely shed that. We just get into a deeper and deeper place of where it affects us less, but there's always something, right? It's a constant thing until we're no longer in a form. And so the more that you work with Sanlofan, it is this like kind of letting go of that past conditioning, letting go of the like not just the past conditioning, the past, those repetitive thoughts, those emotional patterns that we just can't break free of. And a lot of times when we're in a place where they're in our face a little bit, is the light is poking on that area. Like the light's coming in and it's like, and it's breaking some free to then be released from that. And so the when you're having those kinds of things, Sandalphon is a very good angel to go to. Very, very good angel. And if you want to enhance it with work programming, do the Vajrayana program with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Yeah. And I mean, like inhale it, do it. But I mean, I'd even rub some on your feet, rub it like my kind of favorite thing these days. Like we've been doing this for a couple months now, where we take the oil and we rub it at the base of the skull, like how we would do vetiver. Oh,
Hmm.
as soon as I do that, like I'm a different person. It's like there was the citizen Greg, and now there's meditation Greg has come in. Like it just flips it. And
Hmm.
if I have a stressful day or something, I mean, I've been doing it every night, but I'll do it before night. Like I'll just like put it on, and so I mean, I'd even experiment with that a bit.
Okay. Well, it's a
Yeah.
good thing we got a roller ball in the kit then.
Yeah, if you got the kit, put the body tonic on the body, the rollerball on the base of the skull, and take some of that ointment, put it on your feet.
Mm.
You'll
Okay.
be right as rain after that.
Okay, let's go for a bath or a
Yeah,
swim.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There you go.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And keep me posted on that.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll probably focus on this for a week or
yeah.
so. Yeah.
Because if you think of if you think of meditation, like you go through and you have this beautiful expansive thing, and even if you're like, oh, this is amazing, at some point you get pulled back into the body, right?
Mhm.
There's a kind of gravity there. And so we see that in the moment because we're sitting and doing meditation. But if you look at it over a period of time, we're constantly always kind of doing that. We have these like expanded states, and then we have these states where we kind of come deeper into the body, into the form, and we have those things from the past that are a little bit more in our face, or where we become more aware of them. And so in that time when you're there, that's the time to work with the Sandalphon. When you're in the expanded state, you can work other things. But when you come in and you're like, oh, this stuff's in my face, that's the natural process of expansion and then condensation, expansion and condensation. And the idea of divine intelligence is just that. It's the expansion and the condensation. When we're just in repetition, we don't quite have the expansion phase, so we don't go deeper into the form. And so we're just always reliving the same thing over and over again. And so, like, you're basically taking light and you're going into form and you're breaking down some of the form so that you can be liberated or free. And so, um, I would keep doing that. I would keep doubling down on that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Good job.
And go ahead, Lara.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, Greg.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good.
It's interesting to have listened to both of those guys talking about their experience with different angels from what I used, because now I want those angels too. Um, I had, I'll probably mispronounce it, Cornel.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Is that how it's pronounced?
You can pronounce it a couple different ways, but yeah, that works.
Um, and you know, I don't even remember what was going on. I was in a very expansive place, and what? So, could you tell me a little about? I could look it up, but
Yeah, Corneal is Corneal is very interesting. It's definitely an angel of like transmutation, and it can be very transmuting to the body, but it also can be very transmuting to the environment. Like for example, if like say there's a lot of stress energy, like you had a bunch of people over
there was an argument or something, and it's just like, oh, this place feels heavy. Like just invoking Cornel, like all of a sudden it's just light and nice, and even when I do healings, like I'll energetically remove blockages, and then I throw them into like a like a toilet of sorts. It's just water and salt, but I take the block instead of it just being on my hand, I toss it somewhere. Well, what I do is I put a couple drops of corniel in the water, and then I instead of it being a bowl, I put it in a jar, and um, the energy of the angel takes that energy that is blockages, it's trauma, it's stress, it's anger, whatever that pulled off somebody. And when I flick it into that jar, it turns to gold. Like it normally in the old days, I would then take that and then dump it in the toilet and flush it down the toilet just to get rid of it because it's just a bunch of dirty energy. It's a bunch of dysregulated nervous system energy is what it is. But when I put the Angel Carniel in there, there's one salt jar. I mean, I haven't dumped it for almost 4 years. And it's not dirty. So it transmutes that dysregulation in the nervous system. And, there's the idea of the three spiritual energies. There's divine power, which is creative destruction or the restorer. Then there's divine love, which is stability and providence. And then there's light, which is divine intelligence or the law of cycles. And really it's like aligning with the light is what that is. And you really can experience providence or love without light. If there's no light, then there's really kind of no love. Like the harnessing of the light and attuning to the light eventually produces the love aspect, right? And so the more that we align ourselves with light, not only do we experience greater senses of well-being and greater sense of divine love, we also experience a greater level of stability in our life. Like even if there's difficult things going on, like internally, I still feel stable. Externally, we'll even start to manifest as something like more stable. And the the more that we experience that stability, then at some point, creative destruction can then make space for us to experience the soul or our higher nature to a much greater degree. And in this kind of setting, creative destruction is really another way of saying realization. Like when you realize something, that is creative destruction. It's like you're realizing an aspect of the soul or the divine, and you're bringing it into the body, into the emotions, into the mind. And if you look at how, okay, let's stick a pin in that. Okay. So when you pray, when you have a deep spiritual experience, when you pray, when you meditate, a certain amount of light comes in, right? A certain amount of white light comes in. Sometimes it's got some color to it. Sometimes it might just be white. It interacts with the body. But what happens is spiritual energy, divine energy, soul energy, when it comes in, and it starts to interact with the aura, and it starts to interact with the body, eventually begins to physicalize. So that brilliant white light or white with violet or white with green, whatever it is, comes in and starts to interact with the energy body or the aura, the physical body. Eventually, what happens, it becomes less physicalized, or excuse me, it becomes more physicalized and less fluid, and it starts to concretize in the body. well, it produces gold, right? So then you start to have little flecks of gold in the body, and then eventually the energy body starts to turn golden, right? So gold, if you look at in the body, it gets synthesized in the energy body, but it's a byproduct of the heart. It's a byproduct, like how they associate different colors with different chakras, and a lot of times in a seven chakra system, they'll visualize green for the heart. Well, the heart doesn't produce green. The heart produces pink, and then eventually it starts to produce gold. And so when the heart becomes more and more developed, it just keeps producing more and more gold. And gold is a byproduct of love. Like it's an aspect of providence. It's an aspect of divine love. And so the light produces the gold, right? So if you look at the idea of corneal, corneal is doing the act of transmutation, which is turning something from lead to gold, or really something dirty into light that then produces gold. So that's the journey of corneal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Isn't it amazing? And if you think about it's not just inside of us, but sometimes, I mean, we use corneal a lot. We burn corneal incense, we have sprays, we do whatever. Like I use it in my spray bottle a lot of times, like when I'm doing healings. Um, it constantly changes the environment from, you could say it a lot of different ways. You could say, oh, it's dirty and it's now turning to light. It's chaos and it's stabilizing. Like, however you want to say it, it's moving into the direction of from chaos to order or stability, or from stress energy to feeling a sense of well-being, or whatever it is. You're constantly shifting the environment, and in you somewhat, but corneal especially is very good at the environment or your surroundings. So other people, situations, the environment, interactions with people, it's all very, very good for that. I think you had good intuition, like being drawn to that.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm
check
gonna
all
have to
these guys
listen.
out today. Like you guys are rocking it today.
This is good. Thank
Yeah,
you so
yeah.
much.
You're so
So
welcome.
so basically we could stay with this very first thing and just keep doing it over and
Yeah.
over and
Oh, yeah.
and
It could just be a practice. Yeah, totally.
oh, good. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Excuse me, and we had some shares come in as well. My experience, profound, simply profound, deep, deep gratitude to you for this experience. The goal became more and more refined as more and more light came in.
Good. That's so good. Everybody's having such good experiences. Makes me want to stop and me do this experience. Like,
Let me make sure I didn't get the. Okay, in the second round of the meditation, I had a sense of just dissolved or disappeared completely, even while I was connected to Greg's voice, but didn't understand what he was saying. I could subtly smell the oil that was open and sitting on my desk at a slight distance away. And as the meditation came to an end, I came back to the body again. What was this experience signify or indicate? I feel that my nervous system needed this deep rest as I have been experiencing chronic low back pain and right hip pain for a while that affects my attention, sleep, and rest.
yeah, I would say your nervous system is shifting into deeper, like healing intelligence and healing process, and like attuning more to the light. like pain, and like when we have a chronic like pain pattern, and I've had a bunch of those in my life. You know that is that part of the sympathetic part of the nervous system, and it's in a loop. And so, like, even if the body is compromised, you can still break the body out of that loop so that the pain diminishes and that the areas in the body can potentially even regenerate somewhat. You know, pain is a big one. Like it's, yeah.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, hey.
Hi, Greg. Um, I I used Gabriel because he was just here and I
Mm-hmm.
could decide, put it this way. I could not because I wanted to use all of them, I love them all.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hear you.
And it was here on next to me, so might as well. Before I forget, if because I saw that we're gonna do angels further, throughout the weekend, can I just kind of move through different ones?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah, and it was interesting because I started feeling, I don't know.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Gabriel is a very good one for you to use for where you're at in your life right now. Very, very good one for you to use. Because if you think about, like, Gabriel's also associated with the North. God, check out you guys being all like, what's the one I should use? And whatever it was just in front of you, but you guys are nailing it as far as choosing the right angel for yourself. And like you've moved to a new place and you're trying to establish yourself, and Gabriel being communication, but it's also the archangel of the north. And how I was just talking about materialization and manifestation, it is really like that refinement of the emotions and the refinement of the repetitiveness of the mind to produce a result, like a desired result in the environment. Okay, I want a new job. I want, friends, whatever it is. It's like very um action oriented, but you're refining that part of your nervous system to work for you rather than it just being reactive. And nobody comes in with that area of the nervous system that refined. We always kind of, you know, I liken it to you gotta you gotta tame that wild horse, being the emotions and also the intellect. The intellect is a bit more disguised, but it's still a wild horse. It's still always running to the place that it knows rather than exploring the new areas that it could go to. And so that work with Gabriel refines the emotions and refines the mind so that you can target things and produce a result that is of your liking, of your making, or of your guidance rather than just reactions. Yeah, very, very good choice for you. Very, very good choice.
So shall I just stay with Gabriel?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to establish yourself in your new place. And so, it's not just like you moved across town, you moved to a different state. And so I mean, I don't need to tell you that. You already
Yeah.
know that. But
Yeah.
like, it's um it's very good. It's very good for when you're trying to do business, when you're trying to manifest something, bring something into materialization, you know, move forward in a particular area. And it's not just that refinement, it's also tied to communication. And communication isn't just like expressing yourself. Communication is also the light coming in and then communicating with the earth to attract the kind of energy that concretizes. Like when we bring something into form, when we achieve a goal, we think of it as like, oh, I did this, I did that, I did these steps, I made my decision tree, I did the things that were good, I avoided the things that were bad. There's all of that. But internally, it is also being able to hold the repetition in the mind, hold the emotions, and direct the emotions in a particular area, which creates a kind of communication with the earth that attracts the energy from the earth that brings the elements that physicalizes the goal into a form. Even when we have difficulties and we have chaotic emotions and chaotic thoughts, we're still communicating with the earth. We're just communicating and attracting things that are of that chaotic nature, and then it manifests as chaos, right? And so that communication is enhancing your ability to attract the right kind of building blocks from the earth to bring things into form.
I love that. I love
Yeah.
that. It was interesting. Came in kind of feeling tired and a bit kind of like heavy in the head
Mhm.
from just this morning, probably doing practices last night and kind of like jumbled
Mhm.
myself. But I took the tincture, me. So it was like I took the angelic awareness. I figured why not, since we're doing this all weekend,
Mhm.
the blue lotus. And inhaling, Gabriel, instead of like putting me to sleep or in a trance as I a lot of the times just
Mhm.
lying, it was a very, it almost like created space. I was very aware, present,
Mhm.
and I was able to focus. I was able to stay where I don't know what was happening. It was just very interesting.
You're taming the horse.
Okay.
We because even the Dalai Lama still has to tame the horse to a certain extent. He doesn't have to tame it the way we have to tame it, but the it's not just the refining of the emotions, it's like harnessing emotions to produce a result, and it's harnessing the intellectual mind to produce a result. And it's a lot of little movements over a period of time. And what you just described was the byproduct of that. Like, even if you didn't use all those words that I just used, the words that you used is like a different way of saying the same exact thing that I was just talking about.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's also interesting because I could feel, I mean, I've worked Gabriel many times over the last few years, with you.
Hmm.
For some reason, it kept popping in. And I felt the presence, so it wasn't like seeing anything. It was very
Hmm.
much feeling it. And I also felt, a lot of light, but also felt and kind of saw a little bit, I don't even know how to say saw, felt. There is also like the other side of it, of Gabriel, of kind of like all sides of it, or
Hmm.
if that makes sense. But
Yeah. No, yeah.
it was almost like transparent. It was almost like there, expansive, without,
Hmm.
it wasn't scary. It on contrary, it was love, a lot of love, but it wasn't that fuzzy dovey one that we as humans, no.
Right.
It was I don't know, it just
It's
felt
providence. Yeah. It's
okay.
providence. Yeah.
It
Yeah. No, it's like divine love is providence. Like, the light, the light eventually produces the love or the providence. And so even when you're seeing the transparent or the translucent energy with the eyes or the mind's eye, is you're seeing the energy with intelligence. You're seeing, you know, angelic energy, soul energy, whatever it is, but it's energy with intelligence. It's not just white. Like white kind of gets you like moving in the right direction, but then there's no visualization of the light with intelligence. I mean, you can try, but eventually it just happens. And so yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I
You
love
know
that.
the thing with 76 names, the activation of the body of light is the it activates the body of light within you, but like even putting it forth, even for all the angel work that we're doing, it enhances the angel work that everybody's going to be doing. Like even if people don't do the class, like it's about an activation of this kind of light that comes in. So I thought this was going to happen after the class, but we haven't even done the class yet, and it's already starting to
Yeah,
happen.
right.
Yeah. We've been talking about it. It's like, well, after class, it's going to be amazing. Everybody's going to start having amazing experiences. You guys are already having amazing experiences, and the class is a week away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Having you as a great teacher, and
Oh, you're so
I
sweet.
think
Yeah.
we are riding the momentum at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah. Thank you.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hi. Um, so I'm not sure how to interpret what I experienced because I fell asleep.
Oh, great. No, that's great.
And I was working with Sandalphon.
Hmm.
Um, and the goal was about releasing old identity stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Um,
Anytime you want to like go deeper or release something like how Ralph was doing,
yeah.
San LaFon's your jam. Like just,
Okay.
ugh. Like
Okay.
it's funny you guys are talking about San LaFon. I bottled up a bunch of San LaFon for myself, and it's in different places in the house. Like it's by my healing thing, it's on my work desk, it's on,
Okay.
the coffee table, and like, I might not use it every day, but like anytime that um, I start to feel like, oh, there's this thing that like has been going on for years. Like, I've been doing
Hmm.
it for years. It's like sound of fun. Just
Okay.
inhale it. I do like a little whatever. And then I kind of forget about it. And then I'll notice that it either has released or it's evolving. A lot of times
Yeah.
it's evolving. Like it'll evolve into, you know, like a different perception or a different like action or activity, or my
Hmm.
reaction to it is different, but it changes it, where before it was just the same thing for 40 years. It's
Interesting.
the same old thing. As much as I even try to do healings on it, it might get a little better, but then it eventually kind of goes back to the way that it was.
Interesting. So maybe you can provide perspective on two things. So the
Mhm.
same thing I was working on, I had started working on, I was gravitated towards previous to this class using Uriel.
Mhm.
So would that have just brought more light into it? And
Like the thing that I would say about Uriel is
Mhm.
Uriel is associated with the void, the throat, or the void between
uh,
incarnated soul and the higher soul. And
uh,
so, like a lot of times with Uriel, which is a good companion with what you're doing,
okay.
thing with Uriel is, you know, we have these things that happen in our lives. And
Hmm.
we have the emotional responses, we have the ways that we think about it. And even when we're trying to figure it out, sometimes we get so repetitive and try to figure it out that it generates a kind of momentum for materialization. And it's how we as humans try to figure things out. But at some point, you're fighting the momentum or the gravity that's been generated, and you're trying to direct it into a new direction. Your yell just goes gravity or momentum. Ugh, ugh. It just allows you to like pump the brakes and go, yeah, not anymore. And now I'm going in this direction. And so that's what Uriel's about. It's about the light, it's about the void. And
Wow.
in that void, the the momentums of the past don't exist. And so we get there and we start to have the experience of they don't exist, and then we come back in the form, and then They still might be there, but they're not anywhere near as intense. And so sometimes you can knock it out with a single shot, and sometimes you just work it for a little bit, and then you notice that like you just change direction. And changing direction is really hard. Like because you're not just changing direction, you're having to deal with the momentum of the past. And so, big fish eat little fish. And so you go, okay, but I'm gonna go to this direction. And then as soon as you take your attention off, it goes bam. And you go, okay, but I'm gonna go this direction. Big fish will eventually consume that. And so in in that place of the void, it's like you break down the big fish so that you can then switch directions and generate your own new big fish.
Very cool. And then if I started with that and complemented it with Sandalphon, what's your thought on that? Just the further dissolution of the past?
Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. No, but the complement of Sandalphon to
Oh, Xenophon's a
Uriel
very good compliment. Yeah, yeah.
and the aspect of Sandalphon, what would that be doing again?
It's
Sorry,
it's
refresh
breaking,
me.
it's refining the form, it's refining the conditioning, it's helping to loosen things up so that
Got
they
it.
can break down and be, yeah,
Okay. Perfect.
yeah.
Amazing.
It's like what I was saying before, like Sandalphon, and like in Buddhism, it's Vajrayogini. Like you really can't touch the light until you kind of go through Sandalphon or you go through Vajrayogini. Then you can touch the energy with intelligence. And so, in Buddhism, like Metatron is very similar to Garuda, the
Mhm.
being of light. And even the Buddha needed Garuda to become enlightened. Like he just didn't become enlightened on his own. He still needed the that presence that brings light from the other side. And then still the purification of the body is the Vajrayogini or the Sandalphon. Or I mean, if you think about it, if you grew up Catholic, at least for me, I wasn't taught to pray to Jesus. I was taught to pray to Mary. And then Mary will tell Jesus. Like that's what they would tell me as a little kid. And it's still that aspect of you're having to refine the form before you touch the energy with consciousness or the divine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then kind of pivoting slightly from that, when I was starting to do my focus, I saw my mind going, yeah, I know you want to focus on that, but we really need to focus on this. Is that just the mind trying to distract?
I don't know if it's trying to distract, but it's probably still trying to do like what it does. I,
Okay.
I don't know that it's necessarily a distraction, but the part of the nervous system associated with the intellect and the part of the nervous system that's associated with the light and intuition and rest and repair, they
Hmm.
operate very, very differently. And so there's going to be times where there's a little bit of crossover. And I think
Hmm.
that's just sounds like a little bit of crossover.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
great. As you said
Yeah.
something, I just got a
Yeah.
visual. So very positive one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's, I think sometimes when you're really trying to do one or the other, there can be a little bit of too many cooks in the kitchen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you're balancing your checkbook, you don't want to necessarily be doing it through intuition. You want to go through the details of balancing the checkbook or doing, you're filling out some paper for, I don't know.
Hmm.
Intuition's not the time, not the time or the place.
Hmm.
And then when you're trying to heal or process the intellect, it's not the time or the place. But there's a lot of places where it is a combination of the two. And
Hmm.
the more that you do these practices, they start to interact like better. Like they get to know each other. It's like they start dating. And then they're like, "Oh, you like this? I like this. You like pizza? I like pizza." It starts to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then there starts to be a thing where it might arise, but you just go, "Yeah, that's an interesting point, but I'm not going to do that right now." Where before it would arise and our mind just reacts to it, or our
Mm-hmm.
own sense would just react. When here you're being presented with potential, like maybe I should do this, maybe I should do that. And then you go, I'm gonna do that one, you know?
Yeah.
And because if you look at harmony, harmony is not the um, absence of conflict, it's harnessing conflict. And conflict for us, because of a dysregulated nervous system, it tends to be bad. Like we see it as aggression, we see it as, fear, we see it as
Mm-hmm.
conflict can just be different opinions. And then you go, well, I could do this, I could do this, I could do this, I could do this. I'm gonna choose that.
Yeah.
So when we only see one path, there are still opportunities in those, but the conflict is just that there's different viewpoints, different perceptions. And sometimes looking at all the different viewpoints gives you like a bigger perception or bigger viewpoint. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times those are different pieces, not that they're in opposition to each other, they're in different places of a timeline. And so it allows you to kind of align the timeline to manifest. Or it brings your awareness to a potential problem. That way you're not blindsided by a problem,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So at some point it's not necessarily, I guess what I'm saying, it's not necessarily a distraction. It's like you're being presented with pieces of information and then you're like choosing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good for
Okay.
you. Good for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
And go ahead, Donita.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, just okay. I forgot and I remembered when we were doing the four quadrants of the body.
uh-huh.
Can you remind me, please, the right side? Because I felt a very strong pull, like a magnetic kind of like either pull or push. I can't remember exactly. There was like a lot of energy on the right side of my body.
Mhm.
So can you? Because I remember that every side does something else, but I can't remember.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but I
Oh,
mean,
like
like
a spot.
when you feel things on the side, your energy body is expanding, and there just is like starts to be a little bit of a blockage on different sides. The sides usually are starting to be like a bigger development of the astral body.
Mm, okay,
So there's
because
just some blockage in there.
Everyone.
That's pretty normal.
Okay, because
Yeah.
every side is very different. Colors,
Oh
feel
yeah, totally. I would agree.
very, very, very different. But feel
Mm.
very. The more I do them, and it doesn't matter what oil, the more I don't know. My body loves it, and I get used to it. And it's like I look forward to doing
Mhm.
that because
Mhm.
it just feels like, oh, I get to do this again. And they're just a random because for some reason before I spoke about Gabriel, and you mentioned it was really good for me. I got a thought, so maybe to do the angels of the four directions through this class, or
Sure.
do you really think I should just stay with Gabriel? Because you spoke about a few of
Yeah,
them.
you could use the
That's
four. What? Yeah, you
uh,
could use the four. You could use the four.
because I think I don't know. It's just you spoke about this other angels, and I was like, oh, I want to do this, and I want to do this, and I want to do this. Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
You'd almost think she was a Gemini or something.
Yeah, right.
Someone shared, I had a flood of energy in the heart that then moved to the back head.
Hmm.
What might that have been about?
The energy is moving. Part of how the heart energy eventually moves up and activates the crown, and the pathway is at the back of the head, the base of the skull. So it was moving up. Yeah.
With you talking about all the angels, someone said definitely going in the queue. And then they said the queue just got longer.
You're funny.
I had slept through class. Leading up to class this week, I had a meditation with a glimpse of Mother Mary and Jesus, and then an extremely large eagle landed on my hands, and I have felt the presence since. Is this similar to Ollie's
Yeah, I
experience?
would think so. Yeah. Okay, you guys, we'll take a break and let's actually try to squeeze in a little bit more before we break for lunch. So we'll come back at a quarter after, and we'll just do it a little bit before we break for lunch. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're on segment 2, and we have choices: the blend ball of light, but also acacia, arborvitae, blue lotus, Cape chamomile, Gandhi root, ginger lily, helichrysum, melissa, osmanthus, palo santo, any form of sage, or vetiver. So in here, we're wanting to take the experiences of the first segment, and we're helping to concretize them into the body a little bit deeper. So we're taking what's already happened and concretizing it. If you're doing this as a standalone, you would just be preparing for a potential for the experience, right? So you could do it before or after. Okay, so let's go ahead again. You have your oil. Let's begin visualizing the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're completely surrounded by light, and begin inhaling the oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ball of light. And pause and let go. Just let go of everything. Just let go. Let's do that one again. Visualize yourself in a ball of light. And then pause and be still. What's up, Billy? And again, to reinforce the ball of light, we're going to do the 4 quadrants. So you're going to begin, you're inhaling with your awareness on the whole left side of the body, left side of the face and neck, the left shoulder, the ribs, the left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Move your awareness to the front side of the body, the face and throat, the chest, the abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body, the whole right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. The right side of your body. The back side of the body, the whole back side, the back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, backs of your legs to your heels. And then just pause and be still. Again, visualize the ball of light. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. Just pause and be still. Okay, again, visualize the ball of light. To visualize the ball of light, begin inhaling. And pause and let that go. And just being still. Let's begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. The front side of your body, your face, throat, chest, abdomen, front of your pelvis, and down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. the right side of your body, the whole right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. Now, the back side of your body, back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heel. Excuse me. Pause and be still. One more time, ball of light. You're visualizing ball of light. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the ball of light. Pause and let go. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Check in with your resolution, your goal, your intention for the year. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a break. It's lunchtime, so we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll do shares when we come back. And then we'll do segment 3. So I'll see you at 2:35. We'll take an hour and a half break for lunch. So 2:35 Central Time. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And shares or questions before we start moving into segment 3?
You can unmute yourself. You can type in. We had some people type in some shares during break. So if you want to raise your hand, please go right ahead or type in. You are welcome to do that. Someone shared, I worked with Sandalphon during the break. I felt a warm and fuzzy feeling on the left side of my body. Very supportive and comforting. Imagery of the crescent moon and sparkly white colors. Very calm now and felt energy leave my left hip.
Very nice.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi. This came up over break. So when you are part of a generational pattern and you heal that within yourself, what does it do to the energy of the pattern?
The energy as far as it goes, like continues or?
Well, if you're, in the line of a pattern, right? And there were people before you, and there are no people ahead of you, what happens to the pattern? Is it just resolved within yourself?
Explain what you're saying is a pattern. Like I just so I have clarity. Like explain to me what you're saying the pattern is. Or you don't have to give the details, but give me an idea of what you're talking about.
Okay. I'm trying to abstract it.
Because there's energetic patterns, there's emotional patterns, and then there's karma. So I don't know which one you're talking about.
Oh, maybe I'll ask a question. What is the difference between the three? And then maybe I can discern.
And the energetic pattern is, like maybe a pattern of behavior that goes from person to person. A lot of times it's like a behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's emotional patterns. It could be, you could say psychological patterns, very similar to an energetic pattern, but it's ways of thinking, ways of
Mm-hmm.
thinking, ways of responding to situations.
Mm-hmm.
It's like kind of a taught thing that has gone through generations, where an energetic pattern is a thing that just kind of exists as it goes through, where the second is a taught pattern. And then
Mm-hmm.
the third being the acts of the forefathers, or the people that came before you, generates a kind of karma that then, as the generations come forth, the karma is still playing out. There's an effect of the actions of a person. So sometimes you see like health issues within a particular family, or a psychological issue that's not just like, oh, I have this way of thinking or feeling, but like, yes, a psychological difficulty that they're having. A lot of times that is more of a karmic issue.
Okay.
So which one do you think you're dealing with?
Ooh, this is an interesting one. So it could be maybe a combination of three. So just say physical abuse within one line of the generations that just is a repeat pattern.
Yeah, that could be a little combination of it. So what exactly are you asking?
So the question is, in that pattern, if you heal what you can for yourself, does it do anything to the generations? Does it dissolve it?
Behind you? Behind
Mm-hmm.
you?
Yeah.
Uh, mm, Depends on what piece you're talking about. If it's the karmic issue, probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Other parts, are they already passed?
One is not.
The one that's passed, I would say probably no impact. The one that is still there, maybe, you know,
Mhm.
it depends a little bit on them, you know.
Got it.
It might be a little bit easier for them to have some sort of shift or some sort of realization, but it doesn't necessarily mean if a door has been opened, doesn't necessarily mean they walk through it.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. The karmic one is the hardest one to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And someone shared from their experience very strong. Dropped the bottle at the end. There was an inner light within the ball of light, and someone reached out to me from within when I dropped the bottle.
Nice.
Someone's asking, I think this is asking for segment 3, if appropriate, which oil for materialization, which angel oil for materialization? Because segment 3 says,
Oh, the one we're about to do?
yeah.
Um, like for them, or I'm not sure. Like any angel blend or archangel blend would work. But I don't know if they're asking.
They're saying in general for materialization.
Depend. Maybe clarify a little bit. Like, what are you trying to do?
Manifesting a job, other prosperity.
Manifesting a job or prosperity. Yeah, maybe Gabriel. I'd try working with Gabriel.
Thanks. I think we're ready to just get going then.
Okay, so we are on segment 3, and we're going to be working with whatever angel or archangel you want to work with. So go ahead and take a moment and figure out which angel or archangel you're going to work with and pull it out. And as you pull it out, just start inhaling it and start getting used to it. Okay, so you're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling the oil, getting used to it. Okay, and then just pause and be still. Now we're going to do what we call the materialization breath. So basically, you're going to take your bottle, you're going to hold it to your chest, and then chin down. You're going to inhale, hold your breath, and then head up, and then exhale. And then down, inhale, and then up, exhale. And then down, inhale, up, exhale. 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 Just be still. Just being still. Okay. And then bottle to your chest again, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale. Down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. You're just being still. And in your stillness, I want you to take a moment and reflect on your goal. Reflect on your resolution or the intention that you're setting for the year. You're just observing it. Let it go. Just completely let it go. Now, feel it in your body. Observe your body. Where do you feel something in your body? You're just letting everything go. And then again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. Just being still. And let's do it again. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. You're just being still. Okay. So this is what I would say about this. It's a very simple practice, but it's actually, if one really embraces it like as a practice, it can be quite profound. And uh, there's a lot more involved way to go through and do this, but this is a way to just kind of touch it and begin working on it. And the idea being that when we're living in these two pieces where we have the survival mode, we have our action, activity, fight, flight, we have that part of the nervous system, and then we have this other part of the nervous system that is tied into rest and repair. Okay. So when we're interacting with the outside world, most times the rest and repair mode is off to the side. So when we're working with the external world and its action activity, you're getting stuff done, for the most part, let's just look at it through the eyes of the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is associated with fight flight, but it's also action and activity, right? And so in this is how we thrive in the physical world. This is how we take care of our body. And this is how we go to work and do our job. And, it might not be how we sit and think things out, but it's the act of surviving, right? So it's very much in survival mode. It's very much in defensive mode. It's very much in protective mode. And even the act of trying to fit into a group, that aspect is there. When we are looking at when we have some sort of difficulty or when something has harmed us, we go into like a freeze mode. Like when we get traumatized, we need to take in more information before we can take further action, right? So this is tied to a lot of our emotion and our intellectual thought, right? And we go through and we have experiences over here and we have experiences over here and we have experiences over here. All of this generates emotion. All of this generates past experiences, right? Because once we've moved past that, we have now a past experience. Even if it was only 30 seconds ago, we now have a past experience. So the difficulty is that usually it's a bunch of chaos. Like this happened, then that happened, then that happened, and that happened. And it's not really organized because the organization comes from the rest and repair mode. And if we're not able to go in rest and repair mode, a lot of this hasn't been like organized, hasn't been put in order, it hasn't been stabilized. It's just a lot like chaos. Even though we think like, okay, we got our life the way that it is. We do, but to a certain extent. But internally, the mind still can be a little chaotic. The emotions are running wild a little bit. We have emotions, they're a little bit calm, and then all of a sudden we're anxious. And then we're a little bit calm, and all of a sudden we're angry. And if we look at the situation and you were to stop and go, but what am I angry about? I don't know. I'm just angry. These emotions come up because they're from the body. They're from these neurological responses or patterns in all these different situations. And so when we go through and we start targeting a specific event, part of what's happening is when we are doing the breath where you're going like this, to a certain extent, you're taking like lower emotions and instinctive responses and you're moving them up higher so that the heart and aspects of the mind can then go through and process them a little bit, right? You start going, okay, my desk is full of paperwork. I gotta start making piles, right? Gotta start making piles, piles, piles. Then within the pile, I can go through and start organizing it to a deeper degree, right? So just the act of doing this is moving energy from the lower centers up to the higher centers. It's moving instinctive responses up to higher emotion and actually into the intuitive part of the mind, where then it can start to kind of observe and go, let's put things in these different stacks, right? And so just the act of doing the materialization breath is starting to be therapeutic, right? Then when we start to put our attention and awareness on different things in our life, then we can go, okay, but what about the chaos specific to that area? Those emotions that maybe get stirred up by that, or the other emotions that might have to do with completely other different things. When I focus on my job, or when I focus on this relationship, or when I focus on this goal that I have, am I hijacked by these emotions that come from other areas that then derail me and I'm not able to get my task done? Is this why I keep getting thrown off track? Could be specific, could be general, right? And so by looking at different situations and doing the materialization breath, you start refining the emotions specific to that area, right? So if they're specific to your job, like I get triggered when I go to work, or I get so upset when people don't listen to me, or whatever it is at work. You start refining those emotions where you can go, okay, maybe I need to explain things better, or maybe I need to pause when I'm saying things. Maybe I'm talking too fast. In the early days, I talked fast now. You should have saw me like 15, 20 years ago. Man, I talked fast. And I was like, why don't people get what I'm saying? I don't know that it's improved massively, but I started noticing that if I said something and then paused, people understood me better. So then I was like, so part of it was how I delivered the information, right? So you start refining the instincts, you start refining the emotions. And then the act of doing the materialization breath also is starting to go beyond the senses. So you're going from intellect to now moving past intellect, which is always based on the past and is always based on indirect experience. Something you've learned, something you've memorized, something somebody else has said. This is just what people do, any of that. That's not because you've had direct experience. That is you trying to have a template of how to do something when you don't have a direct experience. And most people value that Even when you go to a job, they value that over you having direct experience, right? But when we're trying to produce a result for ourselves, the more we have a direct experience, the better we are at whatever it is, right? Because now it's not, I read this in a book, or this is what I'm supposed to do, or this is what I have to do. You're like, yeah, I know how to do this because I have experience doing it. I know how to observe something and adjust and adapt in the moment and then produce a result. That is the mental aspect of this, right? So just the idea of the materialization breath, that is what the materialization breath is starting to bring into play. Then, when we have strong emotion or repetitive thought, right, then we start attracting energy from the environment and we start to concretize that. Now, the ways that you can materialize something, when you can bring something in from the ethers, is, for one, again, strong emotion. Be it that it's good emotion or bad emotion, you are going to materialize something. If it's bad emotion, like anger or agitation or vengeance, you will manifest chaos, right? If it's strong emotion, that's like heart emotion or coming from a coherent emotional body, right? Then you'll manifest something that has stability as its foundation, right? The thought, the more repetitive the thought is, right? The more that is going to attract something that brings something into form. So if you keep thinking of I'm not good enough. I'm never going to succeed. If I can only do this, then all these other things will magically happen. Whatever it is, that is what's going to manifest, right? Because it's been repetitive in the mind. So how do we get out of that is going beyond the senses, because that is a loop that's in the intellect, right? So the act of doing the materialization breath actually takes you out of that part of the mind so that you can have a different perspective and then come back and go, yeah, I know you said I'm not good enough. Get out of here. Go, shoo, get out of here. Right. And if you do that enough, eventually that program, that repetition will start to diminish and go away. Right. And so the other way is, so there's a repetitive thought, there's strong emotion, but then there's also um, bringing in the light. You're bringing something in from the ethers. You're bringing in something much higher. This is the most potent form of manifestation and materialization. The difficulty is we usually are too stuck in our mind to get to that place to bring that in. We have to have an expansion of light to be able to manifest that. And to have that manifestation of light, it has to come from the activation of that little tiny energetic seed in the center of the pineal gland that you would call the mental permanent atom or the blue pearl, right? So doing the materialization breath when you're doing your head up and down, up and down, up and down, part of what happens is that is activating that mental permanent atom. So now there's light. And when that atom gets activated, it starts to clean up the repetition of the mind and it starts to actually regulate the emotion because it is how light comes into the body, right? It is how our body begins processing and healing and shifting out of the chaos of the emotions and the chaos of the mind. It starts to regulate things. Light always brings in a kind of order because light will adjust itself to manifest. Like it adjusts itself to the form and keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper. So it means it keeps regulating things the deeper that it goes, right? So the more that the light comes in, I had a teacher who used to say this all the time. When the light comes in, the drama stops, the chaos stops. You just got to get the light in there. It's not about a technique. It's about how much light can I drive into the form? How much light can I drive into this situation? How much light can I drive into these emotions? How much light can I drive into my mind? Right? So it stops being about a symptom and starts being about a pathway, a process, um, which is very interesting because if you think about the the fight flight mechanism, the action activity aspect about taking action out there is about action. It is about movement, but it always gets caught in a loop. It gets caught in the loop. When we bring the light in, it can take that light and then manifest it because that's what it does. It needs the light. If it doesn't have the light, it will still manifest something. It just manifests what's already happened, right? So the materialization breath is how we bring light into the repetition of the mind and the repetition of the emotion and the repetition of the instinctual responses that then manifest out in the world as light, right? Something different, something new, something spontaneous, something that is guided. And here we're doing it with an angel or an archangel, which means it's not just light, it's light with consciousness. It's light that will keep going and going and going, not in repetition, but as an evolving movement. So when you take this idea of your goal, your resolution, your intention, and you go through and you do the materialization breath, you're doing something that is different than what you've done previous. Like you're trying to bring something new in. Then you add the angel, and now you're bringing in a kind of energy with consciousness. So, working with the angel, you're starting to do that, but how well we're able to embody that energy or to align ourselves with that light, how much we can activate the body of light within us depends on how much of that angelic energy comes in and then outwardly manifests, right? So those first two segments are starting to help facilitate this. Here, this takes it a step further and pushes it out into the world, right? So with that, close your eyes again and reflect on your goal. And you're just observing it. It's not going to be any different than it was before unless it's starting to morph or something. Pretty much just observe your goal, your resolution. And then let the observation go. And where do you feel it in your body? And then just let that go for a moment. Just let it all go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just being still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. And let's direct our attention. Look at a goal. Look at some target, a resolution, setting your attention, an area of healing. Observe that area. Your jaw is letting go. Feel it in your body. Where do you feel it in your body? You're feeling it in your body. Let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Now, as you check in with your goal and resolution, what do you notice? Like, just reflect on it for a moment. Just check in with it, see how it feels. How does it feel to you? How does it feel to you? It's a little bit different than doing materialization just with the oils, right? It feels like something's happening. Let me just process this for a moment, right? Like you can feel like something's still cooking. There's a depth of movement that is different than just doing it with like an oil or doing it just with visualization and doing the process, you know. But let's do shares. Let's do shares, questions. You can unmute yourself, type it. We'll probably do another round of it. So let's talk it out before we go through and do a little bit more.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey.
Yeah, I need a pause before we do another round.
Hey.
Wow. Mhm. After the first round, I felt altered in that I was present. My mind was quiet. My body was incredibly quiet. was no emotional reactivity at all. Like I didn't recognize myself. And I was
Yeah,
like,
because you typed that in, and so I looked at you real quick. And Ming Men was like kind of big and a little like overactivated. It's not the right way to say it. It was bigger than normal, but like sometimes that has a negative, it's like, oh, it's overactivated for whatever reason. And sometimes it's getting bigger because it's doing something. And a lot of times what happens when the Ming Men is like a little bit bigger, but like in a good way, is like you're assimilating something. Like you're assimilating spiritual energy, or you're, you know, processing, integrating something. Because the thing with the Ming Men is it's about it is the energy center that is about um, organizing or establishing order. And part of what happens sometimes is it will start to like prune things in the intellectual mind, like that doesn't work anymore. That was 20 years ago. That's this, that's that. Let's get that out, throw it in the garbage can, get rid of it so we can make space for new space. For new ways of thinking, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that's what it looked like was happening when you type that in.
and I appreciated the discussion you went into about it because that helped me make some sense of it.
Yeah.
Um, initially, um, trying to see what I wrote down in my notes here, but the very first time we did, I think it was the materialization breath, the field felt like sort of gold. And the
Mhm.
second time I was using Sandalphon, and the second
Oh,
time
nice.
I felt like my basic chakra was in a very generative state, which is not common for me, but I guess it makes sense using the
Hmm.
Sandalphon.
Sure.
And then after that first experience, at some point you had us go back and look at the goal again. And I was in such a state of like overcome with gratitude and connection to something bigger than myself. And so I went from being very non-emotional to this very emotional state, but it was higher emotions. Um,
Yeah, I would say that sounds a little bit like kind of a realization or a kind of awareness that increased.
could be really powerful. Thank you so much for
You're
this.
so welcome.
For me, by the end, before we did the last materialization breath, I was thinking, man, this is way too small of a goal for this being, like this angelic energy. I was like, I need to like step up my goal game here because this is just not sufficient. Go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
You're not unmuted yet.
I'm sorry. I had said
there you go.
Happy New Year to you all and
Hey, happy
everyone
New
on the
Year.
call. Thank you. I started out really well, but even just before we broke for lunch, I just started, where are we at? What are we doing? And then from there I've kind of, I've been all over. But I'm trying to change my diet because of these hives. So I've got a lot of change going on. Just even
Yeah. Yeah.
food wise, and in some ways, I'm very, very clear. In other ways, I'm like, I'm kind of worried about myself. Because my mind and memory is kind of jogging all around too. I remember later, but sometimes I haven't been able to get the word at the moment, later that day,
Hmm.
because I have so much firing in, it seems like. Okay. But still, even before the hives really hit hard, I'd been under like just stress constantly, stress, stress,
Yeah.
stress. And I don't really know why. I mean, I think between, no sleep with the heating off and, just so long on things
Yeah.
like that. I kind of had that, what you would call like, where it's the perfect storm, so to speak.
Right. Right.
But I really think with the hives, in a way, they've forced me to rest. They literally forced, because if you
Hmm.
exercise, kind of have these flares. If you get too hot, you get, if you
Right.
have clothes that bind here or there. I mean, it's just unpredictable. And it was going like every hour and a half. So and
Ah,
things are kind of starting to get a little bit quieter. And I'm kind of thinking, I think they may have come as a friend to some degree, you know. So I'm going to at least approach it that way, even though I have
mhm.
seen, you know, the dermatologist a couple of times. And he has two wonderful ways that would just mitigate it. It's not going to deal with any kind of cause. It would be just, you know, trying to keep things under control.
Sure.
So I'm hoping, obviously, I'm hoping that I feel like my intuition is, at least it was like no matter what, I just know I have to drop, you know, change my diet and do a lot more self-care. And if I can start resting and sleeping, because that's kind of been always my kryptonite, is that one right there.
Not
So
being able to sleep.
yeah, since my son,
Yeah.
when he was younger and he was on suicide watch, at that point forward, you know, I was always like, you know,
Mm.
waiting for the other shoe to drop. So it's
Mm.
always been my weakest point with things. So, anyways, I feel like I'm trying to rebuild myself right now.
How has your sleep been the last like week or two?
It was just starting to go, instead of an hour and a half, I can sometimes go 2 hours or 2.5. But still, the last 3 mornings, I've been up at 3 or 4. And when I didn't go to bed till 11. So I just get up and usually start working unless
You
I,
know, you can use an oil or you can run down to the health food store and get valerian.
Valerian.
And yeah, and valerian, you know, spikenard and valerian are very similar, but there are some differences in valerian. And the reason why I say the valerian is, you know, yes, it will probably help you sleep. Although if you're super fatigued, sometimes it will have an opposite effect. So
Okay.
I'm curious about that if you feel more energized or if it makes you sleepy. Like, so
Okay.
that's one. And then two, so if it makes you more energized, that means you have a level of fatigue that is, you know, you're running on adrenals and your fatigue is more than, you know, your body's on overload. And so, you know, we can take some steps. But the other thing that I like about valerian for situations is, you know, if we set the hives aside and we set everything aside, and your body's just in a kind of a stress state, is if you take valerian for 30 days, you know, just every night, even if you're sleeping good, whatever, if you take it for 30 days, it will help to reset like the nervous system. Like you know, it's more of like a restorative for homeostasis. Like when the body has just been in a like a chaotic place, you know, you haven't been getting sleep, you got the stuff going on with your son, you got stuff going on with the weather, like you guys got all kinds of things going on, right? And so the valerian over a period of time will help the body get back to a place where it can stabilize itself. And one of the indicators sometimes is the inner ear. Like if you notice, like, hey, I'm starting to have a little bit of a balance issue, or I'm a little have, you know, like I'm getting a little wobbly or something like that. Um, I mean, that could happen for other reasons too, but like the 30 days of the valerian will reset the inner ear and it will
Oh,
reset the homeostasis mechanism. I suspect you probably need that. Like that's what it's sounding like.
and you're right about the ear. That's
Yeah.
exactly, yeah, I'm having a bit of
You are,
that.
you are having issues with the ear?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Remember I said I was just, they have made me feel really poorly, but also I've been kind of like not real grounded, a little bit dizzy. I
Yeah.
really having
Like,
to
see,
watch
that's
myself.
probably more your inner ear than anything.
Oh,
You know,
what? That's
because
all.
like if your inner ear gets like off, it's like, you know, it's as much as we try to ground or whatever, it's really a reflection of the homeostasis. Like your body's a little just out of whack, and so you know the nervous system and that aspect of the nervous system, and so you know taking it. Um, for 30, sometimes it might even be 60 days.
Okay.
But like, you'll usually start feeling a little bit better. I don't know that it's going to impact the hives, but
Yeah.
it will start making you feel like, okay, I feel a little more grounded. I'm sleeping a little bit better. You should start feeling something shortly. But even physicians, like a long time ago, like 30, maybe 30 years ago or something, the synthetic form of valerian is Valium.
Oh, okay.
And in the old days, um, they would prescribe like 2.5 or 5 milligrams of Valium, and you were to take it for 30 days. And it was the same idea. And if you do that, it resets the inner ear. They stopped doing it like 20 or 30 years ago. But uh, it's just like a restorative to the nervous system. Yeah.
Greg, I have your oil and I
If
also
you have the oil,
have,
the
I
oil's
do.
the most potent way to do it.
Okay,
Like two
so
or
just,
three drops like that. Yeah. I still do that. It's been a while since I've done the 30-day thing, but I'll still from time to time do like a week of just, even if I'm sleeping good, I'll still take 2 or 3 drops of valerian to go to sleep. And it's just to kind of reset my nervous system.
that's exactly what I need.
Yeah.
So, and do you want me to take it also in a capsule as well, but or just
No,
with the
just
drops?
the oil's super strong. So you're good with the oil. Yeah.
Okay, and I did buy your adrenal package
Oh,
recently.
good.
So
Yeah.
again, we've got that as a backup because, well, and
I'd
I've
still
got
use that
difficult
too. Yeah.
times
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was trying to cover all my bases. And
Yeah.
thank you so
That's
much.
good to do no matter what from time to time, just because everybody's adrenals are a little bit wonky, you know?
And it's hard sometimes if you buy, over the like even herbally, sometimes it stimulates you. And your package didn't seem like you went to where was more supportive and restorative versus
Yeah.
where it would stimulate you, correct?
Right. Right. Yeah.
Very, very good. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
You're
Thank
so
you.
welcome.
Someone shared more detached from the goal, still feel in the mind and less pain in the body.
Oh, good. So I think what we'll do is we're going to do another round of it, but we'll give you a break and then we'll come back and do a little bit more. So on the break, go ahead and take a couple minutes and just think about like goal or resolution, and then we'll come back and we'll do a little bit of materialization breath, and then we'll maybe slide into segment 4. So I'll see you at 10 after. Hey, let's go ahead and come on back.
And we had a couple questions come in
Sure.
over break. Someone's asking, would nerve help be good in a bath?
Oh, for these processes? Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing with nerve help is it's very supportive to the nervous system, and then it helps to break out of patterns. So that's actually insightful and like, taking the work programming stuff and intermixing the two. That would be very helpful actually.
Question, do we inhale the angel oil when we are observing the body?
You could. I would say for the process, like the way that we did it, different times we would do that. And like now I would say for this, probably not. But I mean, it wouldn't do any harm not to. But you're already doing the materialization breath, and so you're trying to really deepen the the listening to the body in this particular process. Sometimes we do that just on its own, where you would listen to the body and then inhale the angel blend in that time, and that could be very potent. But while doing the materialization breath, I probably would let your body have time to kind of process. Yeah.
That was
So, okay. So we're going to do a little bit more of segment 3 before we slide on over to segment 4. So with that, let's observe our goal, our resolution, our intention. Let's pay attention to that, observe it. Your eyes are closed and you're just observing. I mean, if you want to do it with your eyes open, you can, but and then let it go. You're just letting it go. So even like here, you're observing the situation, going back to even the thing about inhaling. You know, you're doing a thing where you're doing an action. You know, even though you're just sitting there being still, you're still observing something. And so to not just jump right back in and go, okay, now feel it in the body. Sometimes we do that, right? But to observe it and then completely let it go and then go, okay, now where do I feel it in the body? And then when you're done with that, completely letting it go. You know, we want to have action and then it's like a version of rest and repair. Like you have an activity, non-activity, activity, non-activity. And even doing that is starting to harness divine intelligence. You know, you're just doing that is already starting to balance out the nervous system. So the yeah, anyway. So we've observed the situation. Now come back to the body. Where do you feel it in the body? Observe that area of the body. You're just letting go. Now, if you want to continue using the same angel, you can, or if you want to use a different one, you can. Bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths, going at your own pace. And just being still. Back solar plexus. It just being. With just being still. In the stillness, you can still observe the body if you'd like. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Now, either observe the same goal or choose a different one, a different resolution, a different intention for the year. You're just going to sit and observe the resolution, goal, or intention, that area of healing. And then let it go. Letting go. You're being still. You're being aware of the body. Just let go. Just let go. Now again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. You're just being still. Let's do the materialization breath again. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Okay, let's just be still. And let's slide into segment 4. So single oils, you can use sage or Roman chamomile. Any form of sage would work. Or nerve help. So here we're going to further concretize the energy into the body. I should say not energy, light. We're going to concretize the light deeper into the body. Okay, so with whatever oil you're using, you're beginning to inhale. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet, both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. And then just pause and let go. You're letting go of everything, you're just letting go. You're just being still. Do it again. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Already took some time. Your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. Your brain and soles of your feet. pause and let go. Okay, let's do this. We still have a little bit of time. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to revisit segment 1. We could jump to segment 5, but let's revisit segment 1. So go ahead and take a little break. We'll come back at a quarter after and do segment 1, and then we'll do shares and questions. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. So we're going to bounce back to segment 1. And again, we're working with an angel or archangel. You can work with the same one that you're using for that segment, or you can use something different. So you have your angel or archangel blend. Begin visualizing the ball of light. And as you visualize the ball of light, inhale the oil with your awareness on the ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Let go of the ball of light. Let go of the inhalation. Just let go. Okay, we're going to do the left side of the body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Inhale with your awareness on the left side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the left side of the body. The front side of the body, the face, throat, the chest, the abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the front of the legs to the tops of your feet. The right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. Your awareness is on the right side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back side of the body, the whole back side, the back of the head and neck, the whole back, the hips, the backs of the legs to the heels. And just pause and be still. Okay, again, visualize the ball of light. And then let it go. Just let it go. Okay, again, visualize yourself in a ball of light. You're completely surrounded by white light. You're inhaling the oil. And then pause and let go. So we're going to go off script here and just observe your body. Observe your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Observe it, the tension, the agitation, a heaviness, or could just be where your mind is drawn. Like basically, you're listening to your body. Wherever you're observing in your body, inhale the oil that you were just using with your awareness on that area of your body. And then just pause and be still. Just being still.
I don't know if it matters.
Notice how you feel. Kind of a nice way to end the day, huh? So let's go ahead and do shares and questions if you'd like. I just thought we'd end the day the way we started the day. That segment one is very nice. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, hero.
You should be able to unmute yourself. Let's check.
I thought it was unmuted. Okay. On the valerian oil, 2 drops at night.
Oh, for the resetting the
Reset.
homeostatic, yeah, two or three drops should do it.
Okay.
You know, the thing is like if you take too much valerian, what happens is you'll wake up with a little bit of a heaviness in the head, a little bit of a headache,
Mhm.
and so it the dosage can fluctuate. You know, there was one time where I was taking like 5 drops at a time, and my body like needed it, and then later my body didn't need it as much. I took 5 drops, and I kind of woke up with a little bit of that headache. And so you could use that as a gauge, but 2 or 3 drops should do it.
Okay.
You know, like the time when I was taking the 5 drops, I had gone into an accident, and you know the body just like I was like, yeah, I got to reset my body because it's just going to keep degenerating. And so you know, I did some of the stuff that we knew, and I was just still in that weird phase that hurt my neck a little bit. And so that was throwing off my inner ear as well. And so, you know, I bumped it up there for a little while. And so you can kind of play with it if you'd like, you know.
Mhm. Can we do this under the tongue or is this definitely in
You can just
water?
a couple drops and just water, and if you want to do it under the tongue, you can, but
Okay.
not the best tasting oil. So like it doesn't bother me, but it's like, you know,
Okay.
it's a little funky.
It's not a
So
burn.
are those bottle drops or are those pipette drops?
Either way,
Okay.
they're close enough to, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And can I dilute it in a little bit of vodka in
Oh
the
yeah,
tincture?
totally. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Good.
yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Let me know how that goes. And try to make it to 30 days.
Okay.
Like if you're 25, it's fine, but like there's something about about a month that it really does do a reset. And so, yeah.
Okay. I'll have to get some because I don't have any right now.
Yeah.
So, okay. Good. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Danelle.
Hee.
Hey, Greg, thanks for a wonderful class.
Oh, good.
Um,
How'd
it's
you enjoy it?
I did. It was very relaxing, and it's interesting that each angel has a different energy.
Oh,
Um,
very different. Yeah, very,
yeah,
very different. Yeah.
yeah. I had worked with Sandalphon this morning. It was like kind of a gentle hug, and then at the end of the day, it was Metatron, and it was a little more intense with more visual
Metron is
imagery.
intense. Like
Yeah,
I would agree with that. Metatron is definitely intense. Yeah.
yeah, very,
Michael,
very
Michael for me is intense as well.
intense. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
that would make
yeah,
sense too. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I have worked with that one before too.
yeah. And there's one, it's not in the angel kit, it's in the Zodiac. What is it? Asmodel.
Oh,
Asmodel for me is crazy intense. But
oh,
I think Asmodel is associated with Taurus.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. I had a couple of questions.
Hmm.
So the other things in the kit, we have the Sandalphon ointment and liniment, and then that rose spray.
Uh-huh.
Any suggestions for how to use
Oh,
those?
totally. So here is, I was going to talk about it tomorrow night, but like, let's just talk about it right now. So that's kind of like a version of, I don't know. We do so many things with like inhaling and patterns and everything, but
Yeah.
kind of going back to the old school of applying it, doing whatever. And we've been doing it with angels, but I've been doing it even with like treating the nervous system and, doing different things. And so the roller ball, I would apply it to the base of your skull. You know how like
Okay.
there's a little indention and then there's those little muscles that run along the side, just
Yep.
kind of like a crayon and you're like 5 years old and color it, just like scribble all that area, like just get it all along the base of your skull.
Okay.
And then the body tonic, I mean, you can do it all over your body, or if you have like a hot spot or something, but I'd say at least like get it on the torso, just
Yeah.
the front
Okay.
side, like, just kind of, if you want to splash it on your low back or something, but hit the torso. And then the ointment I would put on your feet, right?
Okay.
Like rub it on your feet and then with the spray, after you've put all three of those things on, then just spray down the front of your body and then go night night. Like,
Okay. Yeah. No,
yeah, and then
that
just
sounds
let it
awesome.
cook through the night.
Through the night. Okay. Yeah. Great.
That is
Great.
my
Thank
new
you.
jam. Like we've been doing that for like what, about 3 months now. And I think Metatron might be my favorite. Like I was like, I'm really into Uriel, and then I had this little Raphael phase, and now I have a hard time making it through that whole putting it on with Metatron. Like I put it on, and it doesn't matter what time, it knocks me out.
Knox. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to be different from person to person, but
Okay.
the idea with Sandalphon is it makes the body like more like flexible or adaptable, or makes it like, how like when the body gets like stressed out or things have happened, it gets defensive and protective and, a little agitated. And,
Yeah.
it just takes all those kinds of edges off to where the body can be a little bit more chill about things. And
Okay.
yeah, Sundelfon's a very nice thing to be working with on a kind of consistent basis.
Would it clear like any energy from the day, before going to bed?
Probably,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. Like I would say that from the day, yes, but I would say probably more than the day, the past. Like
Pass.
it's
Okay. Yeah.
really good for Sandalphon, especially is really good for undoing like conditioning of the past. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
great. Last question.
Mhm.
What's a nerve help? I know we've used it before.
Yeah. Let's look it up. And I'd love to tell you from the top of my head, but that's not going to happen.
It looks like we might have it on the site. Robert posted basil, helichrysum, Litzia cubeba, rosemary verbena, sage, Spanish sage, and tarragon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
It's heavy on the Spanish sage.
Okay.
Yeah, heavy on the Spanish sage, heavy on the helichrysum. I think heavy on the tarragon. Yeah.
Okay,
So it's
great.
it's it's very soothing, but it's very good for regenerating the nerves, which means that it re-educates the nerves. It helps them to go back. You could say it's almost like a restorative. Like it helps them to go back to
Okay.
like more of their proper function rather than their traumatized function. Because like trauma in the body is very different in the mind. The mind,
Yes.
the emotion, we had this person said this and then that happened, all of that. The body is just the nervous system had to make these adjustments to get through whatever that event was. And so it kind of drifts from what it should be doing, because it's adapting. And so it helps to go back to the more like original settings in the body, you could say.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Yeah, I really like the smell. It's very
Yeah.
soothing.
Super good. Very good for breaking out all, like patterns in the body. I think, I've said this a bunch, so I feel like a broken record sometimes, but like sometimes I have a bunch of old injuries and right now they're all really good. But I'll get into a phase where like I'll start to have pain in an area and like I put stuff on and I start to feel better and then they'll backslide a little bit, because maybe I pushed too hard or I slept on it wrong or something. And every once in a while I'll start to get into a thing where it's not responding to treatment, whatever it is, energy, oils, acupuncture, whatever it is, it's not responding. And so when I put the nerve help on that area, it breaks the pattern, and then whatever I do after that, it becomes responsive again. Because you're
Okay.
like even like a pain, even though we want to get out of it, the body's still trying to alert the mind that something's going on. So eventually, that just becomes like a chronic pattern, and we're treating the pain, but we're also at some point you're starting to deal with the repetition of that communication or lack of communication. And so at some point you have to kind of break that repetitive pattern in the body so that then the body can go back and start resolving itself again.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Great class. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. See you in the morning.
And then go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Let's get you unmuted. Yep, there you go.
Hee hee.
Hey, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Repeating the theme brought up earlier, I have not slept well since my mom passed, and valerian really stands out in what you've said today. Or I was thinking of adrenal fatigue support. Which one would you recommend?
Um, Probably the valerian.
Okay.
Actually, for you, it might be a little bit better to do vetiver.
Okay.
Because that like vetiver is not so much like going to be like a reset as far as the nervous system, but it's still um, vetiver is different in the way that it's like it kind of calms and soothes like instinctive responses. Instinctive responses that turn into emotions, that turn into the mind, and also that turns into like a hyper vigilant immune response, like can turn into like a stress plagued digestive tract. It's like it's at a different phase or a different stage of what that disruption could be. And I think vetiver actually would be better for you. And so you could take it internal, but I would say take it internal and also rub it at the base of the skull. Vetiver is really good at the base of the skull. And I mean, it's so good. Like um, I don't know. What's one of my favorite things to put at the base of the skull? Like,
Okay.
I do angels, but I also sometimes I do cedar, but I do vetiver a lot.
So 2 drops in water
Two
internally?
or two or three drops in water. You could actually, if you were really mm, like having a hard time like sleeping, you could go up to like 6 drops.
Okay.
But like two or three drops is probably good. And then a little bit at the base of the skull, inhale it a little bit, and it should knock you out. You still could do valerian. You could like just add the valerian as a like an add-on. But for even again for you, like you could probably do it with to augment it, you could also do it with spikenard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Internally.
I I would do it internal.
Okay.
Topically would still do it. Like inhaling, if you're going to do it topically, rub it on your feet. Um, but I don't know. I think the internal, man, it will put you down for some good sleep.
That's what I need.
Yeah, yeah. How long ago did your mom pass?
October, near the end of October, but there's been many ripples in the
Yeah,
family
of course.
system,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's been crazy.
Yeah. Try those two things, and if for some reason that's not working, it should. I mean, it really, really should. But if it's something's not working, let us know and we'll give you like a little adjustment.
Okay.
It might
Thank
even
you.
be just the same stuff but applied in a different way.
Okay. Thank you so.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, what a beautiful class.
Thank you. You're so sweet.
Another, why is Holy Rose associated with Sandalphon? The spray.
Oh, the spray? It's just the one that works with that. Like I don't know that I think about it intellectually. I just kind of which one's gonna help. If you think about kind of what we've been saying about Sandalphon, the rose just kind of, you're making the body like more flexible and it's helping to let go of the past. And rose is very activating to the heart, obviously, but holy rose is activating to the heart and the crown. So it allows for more like higher energy or spiritual energy to come in. So, yeah. Yeah. Good class, you guys. You guys are rocking it for the beginning of the year.
Okay, so we're gonna call it a day. We'll start again at 10 a.m. and we'll hit the ground running unless you have questions or something, and we'll go from there.